Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream, and thank you so much for tuning in to another show. We're in a slightly different setting tonight, and I hope everyone can hear me well. If you wouldn't mind giving me a thumbs up to make sure that you all can hear me properly and we can get on with all of the live updates of the war now, with an additional attack coming from Iran, multiple attacks coming against the United States bases and other locations too. I can clearly see that everything is okay, so thank you so much everyone for tuning in to another live stream. So in my previous video this morning, I told you about the statements that came from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. Masoud Pezeshkian came up with a statement to the neighboring countries to say that he apologized for what's happening in the region, but still saying that if there would be attacks being conducted against Iran from any location, that they will be retaliating. No minutes or even hours passed up until strikes were carried out against United States assets in Qatar, Bahrain, and in the UAE. Dubai Airport, a launching site from Bahrain, and another asset in Qatar. What does that mean exactly? The Iranian president came up with a gesture to the neighboring countries to tell them that we didn't choose this escalation. It was imposed on us, and there have been attacks conducted from your end against our country. Therefore, we have to respond. So, in effect, what he said is he gave them an opportunity, he gave them an opening. But on the same day that he is giving the Arab countries an opening, because they have the US bases in there, the United States goes and attacks Iran and conducts operation from 3 Arab countries against Iran, from Qatar, from the UAE, and from Bahrain. Does that mean that the Arab establishments are allowing the United States to conduct an attack against Iran, or is the United States not listening whatsoever from their establishment side? They're not listening to the American side, or everything is just going ahead? Clearly, we have a situation here where the Americans are still conducting attacks against Iran, and Iran is having to retaliate. This could go 2 ways. One of the ways that it can go is basically either the Arab states are really going to be in a lot of problems with the United States, or the United States is going to face repercussions to do with anything. The Arab countries, they have leverage at the end of the day. We were talking about the lack of investments or withdrawing investments coming from Arab countries, lack of rebuilding bases. There's a lot of resentment coming from many of the Arab countries. And now the situation is escalating even further, because the United States is sending another aircraft carrier to the region. The United States is sending George H.W. Bush. and they're sending it, yet another nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. They're sending it to the region. Gerald Ford passed, and now it's in the Red Sea. It's on its way to Iran. And there were confirmed today, there were confirmed reports and also satellite images confirming that USS Abraham Lincoln is actually next to Iran. So, in essence, I mean, what initially everyone thought, or many people thought, when that statement came out from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, is that Iran is actually looking to de-escalate the situation unilaterally. But if that's why I mentioned that video of his, and it was very clear if you read the full statement, he did not rule out additional attacks against American assets in any Arab country if any attacks come against Iran, which is again perfectly understandable. And mind you, Iran is playing by the book. The United States and Israel don't play by the book. They actually, sometimes the United States with international wars or campaigns, they actually did, as in they listened to UN resolutions. For example, a UN resolution will come and then they will go and attack, like the first Gulf War, for example. Now, whether the United Nations is a just organization or anything, it's a separate story. But now we're talking about a rogue Epstein regime that is going to attack Iran on completely baseless accusations, where they were actually very close to get a deal with Iran. Iran was telling them about the levels of enriched uranium. Iran was telling them that they are willing to have a deal, but they had red lines. Now, Steve Witkoff had a statement in which he was criticizing Iran and how they began the negotiations. He said that their opening statement was, "We have an inalienable right to enrich uranium." And he thought that, oh, we're starting with that. Yeah, well, what's the problem with that? Every country has a right to enrich uranium. Mr. 6, 7,000 nuclear bombs sitting all across the world ready to be deployed at any given moment, potentially maybe even for the sake of a genocidal entity. And they're using that as a pretext to go and attack them. Although the statements that are coming from Marco Rubio now are saying that we actually want to target Iran's short-range missiles. Short-range missiles, and we want to strike their navy. So all of a sudden they're not talking about nuclear weapons. They're talking about short-range missiles. It was long-range before, and then strategic weapons, and all of these, by the way, Israeli prerequisites. Nothing was American. Nothing was American about this. And the proof, by the way, it's because the United States had an agreement with Iran alongside Europe during the Obama administration. Do you know which country didn't like that agreement? Israel. And by the way, Iran was willing to have inspection, and there were reports confirming that they were willing actually to have American inspection too. Imagine that. But it wasn't about the nuclear. It wasn't about anything. It was about Trump now saying that we don't care. Firstly, he said today outright, and we'll go through the videos in the news in a bit. I'm just giving you an introduction, a brief about the day. Then we'll go to all of the details. He's saying today that they actually don't care if Iran is a democracy or not. They don't care if they have a religious leader. All they care about is that this leader is kind to Israel and the United States. Kind to Israel and the United States. Okay, so it's not about you, it's about Israel. And what do you mean by kind? Submissive? Obedient? As in they don't have any sort of independence, no sovereignty, no nothing? What does he mean exactly? You see how everything gets mixed up? Before it was the Ayatollah regime, and still now they're talking about the Ayatollah regime. And at the same time, they don't have with an Ayatollah regime. An American Ayatollah regime is not a problem for them. Just like American jihad is not a problem for them. Just like Al-Qaeda is not a problem for them. They set up these organizations, and so long as they are subservient to the United States administration and the genocidal satanic death cult that controls now the United States and has a hold on every single decision-making organization or body in the United States of America. It's over now. Israel is controlling the decision-making process. They're controlling the army. They are controlling the politicians. They're controlling the core departments in the United States. And they have the American president completely under control. So, following that statement that came earlier from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, people thought that this might be a path for a de-escalation. As in, to be honest with you, it was generous of him to say that. I don't think it was necessary personally, but generous of him to kind of show empathy with the people of the region and what have you, although they weren't even targeted. And really and truly, it should be a clarification from the Arab countries as well about the attacks being conducted from their territories, with or without their consent, against Iran. Reports in Israel today that a Turkish-owned company in the United States that deals with the American Ministry of Defense is selling Israel Mk-80 bombs, and there's still no clarification from Turkey in relation to that. One report so far in Israel. But the way that the officials in some of the Arab states are trying to wash their hands away from the complicity here is a little bit not really authentic. So, are you pretending that the United States is not using them? Or what exactly? The United States is using your bases like they actually have used your bases before to strike other Arab and Muslim countries, by the way. That's what they're doing there. Are you pretending that you don't know? And do you think Iran should sit down and do nothing? But the president of Iran, out of a gesture of goodwill, kindness, a gentleman behavior, you call it whatever you like, he sent a message to the neighboring countries. He didn't specify one country. And he said that basically, listen, if we don't get attacked, we will not attack you. What happens 2 hours later? And by the way, the IRGC went out, the armed forces went out and say they adhere to that. They said that the leadership said that we are not attacking neighboring countries so long as attacks don't come from us. So in essence, what was the message here, by the way? That there's no contradiction, because some people start telling you, oh, look, the president is actually wanting to de-escalate, but it's the IRGC, they don't want him, and the IRGC is stronger. That's garbage. That was actually intended so that both of them can show you that there's no contradiction. Both the armed forces and the political establishment. It was an act of generosity coming from the Iranian president, who still did not rule out attacking any country in the region should attacks come against Iran from those locations. The IRGC said the same. They said so long as there's no attacks, we will not attack any of these countries. Only 4 hours later to see that an American base from Bahrain is launching missiles where? At a desalination place in Iran. That's not a military target. That's not the IRGC. That's not a nuclear bomb. That is not a strategic missile. This is water. This is water that feeds over 30 villages, provides water for them in Iran. The United States is using the same Israeli tactics in Gaza against Iran. Hospitals, schools, desalination locations. What is that? Emergency services? And Iran made multiple statements after that. If you recall, approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago, I shared with you the scenario in one of my videos where Iran can decapitate Israel. Iran can decapitate Israel within 10 minutes by launching missiles at every desalination plant inside of Israel, because Israel relies fully on them. Israel relies on seawater. You see some countries talk to you about, oh, crisis, water crisis, water crisis. And it was expected, by the way. I mentioned to you how Iran can decapitate and choke Israel, starve it, literally, by targeting these desalination plants. Iran didn't do so yet. The United States provided them with the reason to. It's no longer going to be just attacking the source of the attack. It's going to be targeting the same places that the United States and Israel target, because it's a combined operation. And the same barbaric genocidal acts that Israel commits are committed by the United States Armed Forces against Iran. That's what's happening now. We will get to all of that. Iran launched the 26th wave. Hezbollah are launching more attacks. Netanyahu is also clarifying about the operation that Hezbollah conducted, and he admitted that it failed. And he actually did say that it was Israel looking, an Israeli commando unit looking for the Israeli pilot Ron Arad, whose fate was unknown for decades now, and who was taken as prisoner of war by the Lebanese resistance in the 80s. Let's begin with the reports, the articles, and then we'll go through the videos and the updates and the statements that came from everyone. First and foremost, let's begin with the important bit about the United States actually sending a third nuclear-powered supercarrier to support war effort against Iran. USS Navy Nimitz-class nuclear-powered supercarrier USS George H.W. Bush has been dispatched to the Middle East, where it is expected to support the currently ongoing war effort against Iran. The George H.W. Bush is one of the Navy's two newest carriers, with the only newer vessel, the USS Gerald Ford, having arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean hours before US and Israeli initiated attacks on Feb 28th. USS Gerald Ford now is in the Red Sea, by the way. So it's on its way to Iran, and we will get to the USS Abraham Lincoln in a bit. It is highly unusual for three carrier groups to operate in the same region simultaneously, with the deployment of a third supercarrier expected to help compensate for both the large-scale destruction of US bases in the Middle East by Iranian strikes. And there you have it, straight from the horse's mouth, the destruction of the US bases in the Middle East countries. That's why they're sending another aircraft carrier. Severe missiles defense shortages as well, in addition to the depletion of the missile arsenals of the existing carrier groups for both offensive and defensive duties. There you have it. Everything is depleting. The Epstein regime, Trump, Pete Hegseth, and co. have been saying that, oh yeah, we have enough arsenal to last for a very, very long time. Very, very long time. Trump was bragging, and Hegseth. Military Watch magazine, verified reports, satellite imagery, evidence on the ground, proves a completely and portrays and paints a completely different story than what the American administration is telling us. That they are very good and it's Iran incapable and they're running out of missiles. Israel had the audacity to say the other day that Iran actually lost over 60% of its missiles. As if, you know, a Zionist is sitting there monitoring the Iranian bunkers under the ground, right? A Zionist rat or something like that. They've been blinded in Iran. No one sees you there. The survivability of US carrier groups in the Middle East remains highly uncertain, with a significant possibility remaining that Iran is capable of targeting them highly effectively using a considerable arsenal of anti-ship ballistic missiles. Iran's demonstration of hypersonic glide vehicle strike capabilities for the first time during the conflict to destroy high-value targets in Israel may be particularly problematic for the carrier groups. Nevertheless, it is expected that causing critical damage to a carrier would mark a point of no return in the conflict, fueling demand in the United States for a more total victory and ending the possibility of a negotiated settlement, a possibility which is currently seen by analysts to still remain. As Iran's definition of victory may be limited to its survival, it may be deterred from striking carrier groups. You see, this is where they get it wrong. Iran today is challenging them. Bring the striker groups, and we're looking forward to your Navy escorting oil tankers. They already targeted USS Abraham Lincoln multiple times, and USS Abraham Lincoln fled, only for it, just recently, to go closer to the Iranian areas, and we will get to that in a sec. In addition to the fact that Iran is not fighting for its survival, Iran is fighting now and is demanding that the United States is completely expelled from the region for good. And we will get to those statements in a bit as well. After departing its home port at Naval Station Norfolk near the beginning of the year, George H.W. Bush has been operating in the Western Atlantic Ocean, conducting training and readiness operations with its carrier strike group. It usually deploys 40 to 44 F-18EF fighters, 5 EA-18G electronic attack jets, 4 to 5 E-2D AEW&C systems, and a range of logistics aircraft and helicopters. The lack of modern F-35C fighters or larger numbers of EA-18Gs remain a major constraint on its utility. A primary benefit of deployment of the carrier group will be increasing the presence of Arleigh Burke-class destroyers within range, both to launch strikes with BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles on Iran and to support both tactical strategic missile defense efforts using their SM-2, SM-3, and SM-6 anti-ballistic missiles. USS H.W. Bush carrier strike group typically sails with 3 to 4 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, a supply ship, a nuclear attack submarine, and at times a single Ticonderoga-class cruiser. Nuclear, air defense, Tomahawk missiles, and they're highlighting clearly, that's one of the most well-known military magazines in the world, by the way, highlighting clearly that the American side is facing a lot of problems depleting ammunition, incapability to attack from the bases in the region, the large-scale destruction, and the fact that they are facing huge repercussions from Iran. What does that mean? Well, that means that the United States of America is not looking for a de-escalation. The United States of America is looking or hoping for a decisive attack. Now, USS Abraham Lincoln that fled Iran is now slightly getting closer. Is Iran baiting them? What's happening there? This is the location of USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, they were off the shores of Oman in this area when Iran began their ballistic missile attacks. Then they went away to 1,000 kilometers away after Iranian drones were attacking. The fact that it's getting closer confirms everything we have said before. The United States is running out of ammo. Its radar systems have been destroyed. Its bases have been destroyed. They don't have capacity to carry out strikes from their locations in the Gulf states primarily. And they are unable to have any efficient campaign without this deployment. And by the way, what's happening to them now is that they are completely being exposed to Russia and China. Reports that Russia and China, the same powers that are giving Iran a lot of intel to carry out precision strikes against the United States, because they're sitting there having a whale of a time. They're not having to do anything. They're supposed to be America's biggest competitors in the international scene. And they're enjoying it. They're looking at the United States get battered without them doing anything apart from providing Iran with logistical support and intel. Now, if they're giving Iran high definition, as in 4K and 8K, satellite imagery on specific targets and intel on the ground, where the American officers go to after they flee from the base, which hotel, what room, which floor, so that Iran can send the drone, they are also monitoring every single American move. They are monitoring how the United States conducts attacks, when the United States deploys its cruise missiles, the movement, the filling, every single move of the American army is being monitored and studied very, very well by China and Russia. They are learning every single thing. They're in it more than anyone can imagine. And because they're providing such high level intelligence to Iran, they're also simultaneously monitoring all of the moves coming from the United States, just in case a potential attack between them and the United States is going to take place tomorrow or the day after. So USS Abraham Lincoln is going close to Iran. They're going to be trying to conduct perhaps some attacks or defense. It could be both ways or a combination. But what's for sure is, listen to what's happening now. That's the funniest part. Donald Trump, because of the lack of calculation, because of this knee-jerk reaction, because of this blackmailing happening from Netanyahu, who has him on a leash because of the Epstein files, and he ordered him to go to this war, and Donald Trump had to bypass multiple things that he actually had to do before going to this war, like speak with his army, speak with his intelligence agencies. Tulsi Gabbard told him Iran's not looking for a nuclear bomb. Multiple figures from his army told him that it's not going to be efficient anyway. There's a risk for a prolonged war. It's not necessarily going to be a limited strike, as you can imagine, and it could go to places where we don't want to be. What did that cause? That caused Donald Trump not only to get every American base destroyed in the Middle East, US radar systems eliminated, ammunition depleting. He is putting USS Abraham Lincoln on the brink of sinking into the bottom of the ocean, like the Supreme Leader said. Taking USS Abraham Lincoln closer to the Iranian shores puts it in a far, far weaker position, a much more dangerous position, and it could potentially be targeted with more basic missiles coming from Iran or their recently launched USV. They're very cheap. So they can target the aircraft carrier not only through drones and ballistic missiles, but from their USVs that are on the water, not easy to take down, very, very fast, high level of explosives, and they would target the ship in the same area that would allow water to get into the whole system. Now, of course, it's a big piece of kit. They have a lot of mechanisms to try and protect it too, but that doesn't make it invincible. And again, the Supreme Leader of Iran said, you know what's more dangerous than the aircraft carrier? It's a piece of kit, it's dangerous. He said, what's more dangerous than the aircraft carrier is the weapon that can sink it to the bottom of the ocean. And trust me, many Iranians want to make the words of their martyred Supreme Leader reality and sink USS Abraham Lincoln into the bottom of the ocean, regardless of the price and regardless of the cost. Now, President Pezeshkian, moving on to the next thing, went out with a statement. I told you about it in the previous video. Of course, if you want it, you can go and watch the previous premiere we had. It's in the video section. He went out, generously told the neighboring countries, apology for, what's happening. We want peace and tranquility. We won't attack, but if an attack comes from you, we will be responding. The IRGC, the Iranian Armed Forces, confirmed the same thing, which signals complete coordination between the armed division and the political division in Iran. Contrary to, of course, what some people want to portray. Oh, look, the president is actually weak and the armed forces are going to go ahead against him anyway to try and, cause stir problems when they're the ones sinking in the problems. All of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, what happens? A missile is launched, according to a circulating video. A missile, most likely PRSM, short-range ballistic missiles, that are launched from the HIMARS M142, the American one, 500-kilometer range, are being launched from Bahrain. Have a look at this video. Why did the Bahrainis, well, assuming that they have a say, again, allow the United States to launch this attack against Iran just moments after the Iranian president told them that we're willing to stop our attacks? Or is it that they actually don't have any say whatsoever? And indeed, Trump continues to spit at every Arab leader to this day, even after an Iranian gesture of goodwill. Is Trump still spitting at their faces by using these bases? And mind you, they can try and hide as much as they want from their own people. The attacks are going against Iran from the Arab countries. And potentially from other countries too. Some of them, not all of them. That attack came, another move was being conducted from the UAE, and action was taken reportedly from Qatar as well. Iran, of course, did not shy away from anything. Iran immediately started to respond, and Iran started to respond severely. These are some of the attacks that came from Iran later on. Have a look at this video. So they targeted an asset in the UAE, a target in Bahrain, and another target in Qatar, which clearly indicates that these countries are involved. As a matter of fact, reports online confirmed that it was none other than the American embassy in the UAE. These are images coming from the UAE about an attack reportedly against the American embassy in the UAE. Why the embassy, you may ask? Well, the embassy is the hub for all of the American aggression and terrorism being conducted not only against Iran but against other countries too. Therefore, Iran conducted an attack against the American embassy. The United States has no red lines, clearly. Iran doesn't have any red lines whatsoever with these attacks. More footage was coming out, again, despite threats, by the way. The authorities in the Emirates, for example, have a $50,000 fine for any resident who publishes information dealing with the attacks that are coming from Iran towards American assets in the country. That is a very big problem, and Iran will continue to attack so long as it's being attacked. And as a matter of fact, the IRGC said that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard statement, our attack was in response to an American aggression from the Jufair base in Bahrain against the water desalination plant in Qishm. Another statement came from none other than the foreign minister of Iran, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, who said the following. Abbas Araghchi said, the United States committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant on Qishm Island. Water supply in 30 villages has been impacted. Attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. The US set this precedent, not Iran. What is he saying with that? He's saying that just like you attacked our desalination plant and set a precedent, desalination plants that belong to your entity, most likely Israel, will be attacked. What is Israel going to do if desalination plants in Israel are going to be attacked? Israel relies over 90% on desalination plants. This was reportedly the one that was targeted in Iran. But Israel relies for over 90% of its water comes from desalination plants, approximately 92%. They have approximately 5 major ones. And if Iran decides to target the Israeli desalination plants, you are talking about a complete and utter destruction. Complete and utter destruction. And I'm talking about destruction within 10 minutes. There's no longer than 10 minutes. Israel has 5 major ones: Sorek, Ashkelon, Hadera, Palmachim, and Ashdod. And if Iran targets these desalination plants in Israel, then Israel will have no water to drink. And who set this precedent? Because they haven't targeted it. There's a lot in Iran's arsenal. Who set this precedent? It's none other than the United States of America. They're doing that. Will Iran target it? Well, there's a very high likelihood that they will. They don't have a problem in doing that. What's the problem? These are the Israeli desalination plants: Hadera, Palmachim, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Sorek. Sorek is the world's largest seawater reverse osmosis desalination plant. And that may well be destroyed within the next 24 to 48 hours, by the way. And if they set a precedent in Iran, Iran could make a decision to target every desalination plant inside of Israel. And that's it. Israel will have no water to drink. They're going to have to import or leave the country. People are fleeing the country anyway. They're fleeing like there's no tomorrow, as in many people are leaving as quickly as possible from the occupied territories. And from an Iranian perspective, well, they're getting criticism. Firstly, internally in Israel, many people are criticizing the Benjamin Netanyahu attacks against Iran and are starting to ask questions like, what did this exactly do to us? As in, what did it do to the Israeli people? Did it bring more safety to the Israeli people, or what is happening? Well, it's bringing more destruction. Now, that is likely to happen, and multiple other things are likely to happen. Clearly, the attempts that are coming from Iran and the Iranian president to de-escalate the tensions with some of the neighboring countries that are being used as hubs to attack Iran are not working. 3 attacks against assets in the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain. There was an important statement coming from the head of judiciary in Iran today in that regard. He said that the geography of some countries in the region is clearly in the hands of the enemy. Severe attacks on these targets will continue. Iran will not strike at anyone who has not aggressed against us. However, in documents of international law, the right to legitimate defense for a country that has been invaded is a legitimate matter and one that is emphasized. You see how cleverly the Iranians are playing everything? The head of the judiciary, potentially supreme leader-elect, and the Iranian president, the army, the judiciary system, everyone is working in harmony. Are our attacks legal? Are our responses legal? Are we basing our actions on international law? That is called a country that is a modern country, that is a country based on institutions, that is a country based on a constitution, and that is a country that respects international law. That's what we have now. It's not only the propaganda that is spewing 24/7. Even if you want to talk about it from these important bits, international law, anything to do with coordination between the institutions and powers inside the country, all of that is being done in Iran, not in the United States, not in Israel. Constantly breaching international law, an American president doing this because he's blackmailed, bypassing the American Congress, trying to use a clause in the United States that allows the country to conduct an attack in case there is an actual imminent threat against the country, and a clear exploitation, by the way. There was no imminent threat. No one told you there's an imminent threat. And the president can't just go on his own and decide there's an imminent threat against the country, I'm going to go and attack them. You don't just make your mind up. Likewise, with all of the other institutions of the United States of America. And that's not what the Iranians are doing. The Iranians are playing it. Everything is by the book. They're hammering. They're hammering the United States and Israel. But they are playing by the book. They're not doing anything to be an aggressor or anything against international law. Complete and total legit targets. Now, Iran conducted several attacks today. Some of them were against the entity, and some of them were against US bases. These are some of the attacks that came against the occupying state in the past, 6 to 12 hours, because these attacks are coming fresh against Israel. And that was, by the way, an American asset in Iraq that was completely destroyed yesterday, according to footage that came up today. A lot of damage. I'll share with you all of the damage and everything that we had. So that was an Iranian drone attack on Tel Aviv and Haifa that was carried out very late at night, towards the dawn time. Have a look at this video. So significant attacks coming here from the Iranian side. These were targets in Haifa and Tel Aviv, according to reports, and they continued their attacks in multiple locations across the occupied territories. Let's share some of the additional videos with you. And of course, there were some of the attacks that took place against the US assets and the United States embassy in the region. This was a part of the 26th wave. This is the 26th wave of Iran's True Promise 4. So that was the 26th wave of Iran against Israel, and we're having reports now confirmed that Hezbollah just launched a huge, we'll get to that in a second, by the way. We have breaking news coming in as we're in the live stream, so hopefully we're going to cover all of them too. A massive barrage coming from Hezbollah with over 40 missiles launched alongside the areas of central Israel. So we're talking about Haifa and south of Haifa. These were areas where sirens were heard following an additional attack coming from Hezbollah. Now let's speak about this Hezbollah operation and what happened exactly and what Benjamin Netanyahu said about this operation. Netanyahu confirmed that he had a failed raid inside of Lebanon. This was the Israeli pilot Ron Arad, who was captured by the Lebanese resistance in the 80s after he had ejected himself from the pilot's seat because it was being targeted by the Lebanese resistance. And he was missing. And Israel is facing a huge problem in going to South Lebanon, invade South Lebanon. Now, the initial estimate yesterday was that they're trying to have some sort of an operation across the Syrian border with Lebanon, only to be faced with fierce, intense resistance that I shared with you in the previous video. You can check it out in my video section about this operation, including all of the videos and what it included. He admits that the operation failed. He said that we actually tried to raid this area, and we had an operation deep inside Lebanon. It failed to locate the remains of missing pilot Ron Arad, and he acknowledged that the mission did not achieve its objective despite years of intelligence efforts. Heavy airstrikes accompanied the raid, killing dozens of civilians and causing widespread destruction in eastern Lebanon. Typical Israeli manner: kill people to get remains of a killer. Clashes with Hezbollah fighters forced Israeli forces to withdraw under air cover after several hours of fighting, and also there were reports that Hezbollah could have actually had a situation where they took someone as a prisoner, but that's not confirmed. Even though there are some voices that are against it. Some voices say that the resistance should just target them and that's it, as in get them eliminated. Some analysts suggest that the operation may have been designated to test Hezbollah's readiness in a key stronghold. Perhaps that was another option, and Hezbollah indeed showed peak readiness in that operation, readiness that Israel actually did not anticipate. What happened in that move is basically, okay, and now we have some interesting things just coming out now, that there has been a strike from Israel against the energy sector in Tehran, and the spokesperson of the IRGC says that they targeted the Haifa refineries with a Khaybar Shakan, with an especially heavy Khaybar Shakan missile. This is just coming right now. Iran targeted the Haifa oil and chemical refinery with a Khaybar Shakan missile following an attack coming from Israel against Iran's energy sector. It's getting big, as in now it's getting really serious. You're talking about all out bone-breaking stuff. There were calls in Israel, genocidal calls as usual, even from the opposition leader, to target Iran's energy sector too. And now they are clearly being targeted. These are the reports coming out now that Israel targeted one of Iran's, it could be an oil facility, an oil rig, or one of its energy facilities. And Iran responded immediately with a Khurram Shahar missile, an exceptionally heavy one. Yes, it is confirmed. Israel did target Iran's. This is a video coming from Iran. Again, I haven't verified this video, but Israel said that it's targeting the fuel depots in Tehran. Have a look at this video.
رفتم چایی بریزم پنجرمون شبیه صبح شد. من دم پنجره بودم، پنجرمون یه شد صبح شد. گفتم بابا پالشگاه تو نشتی.
So Israel is clearly escalating. These were images from fuel depots, or oil depots in Iran, that Israel just targeted now. And Iran said in a statement that they targeted, and this is, by the way, just an image for illustration purposes, the Haifa oil refineries. We were likely to get some of the images soon of the attacks coming from Iran. Iran said that they sent the Khurram Shahar 4, very heavy warhead missile. And now we have a confirmation that the missile that Iran launched at Haifa did indeed target the oil and chemical refineries of Haifa. Let me share with you some of the landings. There was a cluster missile landing in near Tel Aviv. No, it's not showing up for some reason. Okay, and the Lebanese resistance, they also launched one of their largest barrage, as we have said before. This was one of the barrages that the Lebanese resistance just launched towards central occupied Palestine and the areas of Haifa. Let's have a look at this video. So that was the barrage that came from Lebanon against the central occupied parts. And Iran just said again, that was also breaking, that they targeted the oil and chemical refineries in the Haifa area following an Israeli aggression against Iran's fuel storage locations inside of Iran. This was the missile that Iran sent on central occupied Palestine. Have a look at this. So no interception happening. Nothing is happening. Israel isn't able to conduct any act to do anything with these missiles. Nothing whatsoever. They're landing, whether it's a cluster warhead or a heavy warhead, they're landing and they're causing substantial damage. As we have seen in the past couple of days, this is likely to cause huge damage wherever it hits. I mean, these are the American bases. These are the American bases in the region. Look what happened to all of them. Substantial damage taking place, and this is the recent Iranian attack with a cluster warhead missile against the genocide state. The spokesperson for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Sardar Naini, said that 7 days have passed since the American Zionist aggression, and the goal announced by the Americans was regime change. They had 3 miscalculations. They thought that if the leader of the revolution was assassinated, it would lead to the collapse of everyone. They believed that the war would end within 3 days, but what the enemy faced was a strong and undefeatable Iran. That was a recent statement that came from the spokesperson of the IRGC. Hezbollah just published a video of their fighters targeting the Rafael factory. Let's have a look at their recent attack. That was the recent video that Hezbollah published of their fighters launching missiles against the Afghan base and the Rafael for the Israeli military industrial complex, alongside, of course, the additional attacks that they have been conducting against the genocide state.
شی حساوا شلاخن و هنهاگاه همه دینیت اپولیتیکاییم به روشی همه امشالا کلام رک میشه.
Okay. So these again were the recent missile attacks coming from Iran against Israel, for those of you who haven't seen them. And we're covering live with the recent attack coming from Iran against the oil and chemical refinery in Haifa, according to a statement that came from Iran not long ago, and after Israel started to attack the fuel storage areas inside of Tehran, which is a major escalation.
لا מתפצל.
כן.
لا מתפצל.
כן.
Okay, we have another footage of a missile landing and not being intercepted by the Israeli air defense systems. Have a look at this video. That was one of the landings that took place in the central parts of occupied Palestine. And this was the recent attack that Israel conducted, and a very, very dangerous move. Of course, moral bankruptcy, total barbarism from them, but we know them by now. You know, they kill school children. The United States just targeted the water desalination plant in Iran from Bahrain, again, insisting that these attacks will be conducted from these locations. This is what they have done in Iran, attacking the fuel storage areas. Okay, so now the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, are declaring the beginning of the 27th wave. They said in this 27th wave, we executed a strategic and multi-dimensional operation targeting the Zionist military sites in occupied Haifa. That's the first thing that they began with. He added, new Khaybar Shakan missiles with solid fuel belonging to the IRGC Aerospace Force were used. Khaybar Shakan missiles are characterized by their ability to be guided up to the moment of impact. Drone units targeting US military headquarters in the Marina area at the edges of Warner Bros. Company buildings. The Naval Force bombarded the Unmanned Surface Vessel Command Unit Shahab belonging to the 5th Fleet. We shelled the military support warehouses for the American terrorists in Bandar Salman. That was the recent statement of the IRGC declaring the launch of the 27th wave. Now, what's happening now, by the way, is we can clearly see some level of coordination between Hezbollah and Iran. Because simultaneously with this attack of Iran, before that attack, Hezbollah had a wave against Israel with over 40 missiles. After that, Iran declared that they began the 27th wave in a clear coordination happening there to an extent, or just a massive coincidence, but hey, I don't think it's a coincidence, especially now. The Iranian foreign minister is now saying that if Trump seeks to escalate tensions, he is following exactly what our powerful armed forces have been prepared for a long time, and he will receive his response. Iran has been preparing for a very long time, and he will be receiving his response. And Hezbollah just declared that, well, based on quotes from the Israeli Channel 12, that today 100 missiles and drones were launched from the Lebanese territories towards the Israeli territories today. 100, according to Israeli media. So Hezbollah are escalating. They're escalating even further. This was one of the Iranian missiles that landed earlier on in central occupied Palestine. And these were the missile launches that came from Hezbollah earlier on in their barrage. So that was the latest launch coming from Hezbollah, and what we're seeing now is a total escalation, actually. Let me share with you one final thing before we wrap up, unless, of course, more breaking stuff comes in, and then we will continue covering them. Where are we going to? Where are we headed to exactly? President Pezeshkian had his gentle offer, this morning. It was also mentioned by the IRGC so clearly, unlike the propagandists tell you, there are no contradictions here. President himself said, if we get attacked from these territories, we will attack them. We have a right to. IRGC said the same thing, the armed forces, and they did indeed target multiple locations in the Gulf because there were attacks being conducted against them, and one of them was the watch salination attack that came from the Bahraini US base. Medium-range ballistic missile, 500 kilometers, targeted a desalination plant in Iran, and Iran told them, you set this precedent, meaning that they are likely now to increase. The Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi made a couple of statements. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that the President Pezeshkian's initiative towards neighboring countries was killed by Trump. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi confirmed that President Pezeshkian had showed openness to de-escalation on the condition that neighboring territories would not be used against Iran, while Trump quickly thwarted the initiative. He said on X that President Pezeshkian had his openness to de-escalation in the region, provided the airspace, land, and waters of neighboring countries are not used to launch attacks. And he posted that on X. Araghchi added that this initiative towards neighboring countries was almost immediately killed by US President Donald Trump. And it was indeed killed because at the end of the day, if you're talking about an American attack, that's an American decision. Of course, there's an argument, who's making the American decision? Is it the president or is it Netanyahu, who has the president on a leash? Pezeshkian, of course, before said that the defensive operations are exclusively limited to targets and capabilities that are the origin and sources of hostile acts against the Iranian people, and we consider them to be legitimate targets for us. He added that we did not attack friendly neighboring countries, but rather we targeted American military bases, facilities, and capabilities in the region. The head of the judiciary in Iran, he had a view from a legal point of view. He was saying that these territories are in the hands of the enemy. In this context, Iranian President's public relations assistant Mahdi Tabtabai spoke about the Iranian President's message to neighboring countries, saying that it is clear and means that if the countries of the region do not cooperate with the United States in attacking us, they will not be attacked by our armed forces. The big question is, are they asking, and listen, this is the situation likely. This is what the situation is likely to be. If they're lobbying, if there are public criticisms coming towards President Trump and the United States of America from Arab countries that are considered to be very allied with the United States, such as the UAE and Kuwait even, and Saudi Arabia, even Qatar, that means they are showing discontent. They are disapproving of what Trump has done. One figure from the UAE said, "Who asked you to drag us into this?" That means they're likely asking them, listen, if you want to stop it at any cost, you'll tell the Americans, stop using them. But Trump is again spitting in their faces, literally. He's still attacking despite this initiative coming from the Iranian president. And it immediately dragged Iranian response, which is very understandable, very, very normal. Any source of attack gets attacked. For his part, Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf affirmed that the Islamic Republic of Iran's defense policies are firm, noting that they are based on the directives of the martyred Imam Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Ghalibaf said that the presence of the US bases in the region means that the countries hosting them will not see the taste of stability. They will not see the taste of stability. That is a serious statement coming from them. So, again, where are things headed to? So if Israel and the United States now are escalating to a level where they're targeting the energy sector and the infrastructure in Iran, and they are actually setting a precedent for that, that means that Iran is now going to target the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, and the desalination plants inside of Israel. That's what's likely to happen now. And again, this was the recent attack of Israel against fuel depots inside of Iran.
پنجرمون شبیه صبح شد من دم پنجره بودم پنجرمون یهو شد صبح شد گفتم بابا پالش نکن نشنیدی بابا رفتم چایی بریزم پنجرمون شبیه صبح شد یهو. من دم پنجره بودم پنجرمون یهو شد صبح شد آه. گفتم بابا پالشگاه تو نشیدی؟
So that was the Israeli aggression that led to an Iranian retaliation to target the Israeli oil and chemical refineries in the northern city of occupied Haifa, alongside the barrage coming from Hezbollah against Israel, this time with over 100 missiles. Iran is confirming again that they will be the side who will determine the end of the battle. Listen to the statement coming from the commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya base in Iran, in charge of the military operations. He said that Iran will determine the end of the battle and we will make the enemy regret it. Commander of Khatam al-Anbiya HQ, Major General Ali Abdullahi, says that Iran will determine the end of the battle, noting that significant damage has been inflicted on the Zionist entity and the United States of America. In an audio recording addressed to the Iranian people, he said that great damage had been inflicted to the United States and the Zionist entity, and they will also regret it. Ali Larijani now is also saying that we will relentlessly avenge the blood of our leader and our people. Trump must pay and will pay. So it doesn't look like anyone is de-escalating the tone here. Clearly, the Iranian president has had a bit of a gesture here, telling the Arab states, listen, if no attacks come from your end, we're not going to attack. But they chose to allow the Americans and the Israelis, well, the Americans primarily, to continue their attacks against them again in what led to additional strikes. Iran carried out 3 retaliatory strikes against the American bases now in the region. And they basically, Trump literally, again, spat again at all of the Arab countries by allowing or ordering, let alone the US forces, to conduct attacks against Iran. And that's the situation that we're in. Now, what is going to happen with the energy sector? Because this is very dangerous. Today, there were 2 escalations from Israel and from the United States. The first one is the desalination plant in Iran that the United States targeted from Bahrain. Look at how far they go. They targeted desalination plant in Bahrain, in Iran, from Bahrain, a place that people literally drink from. And Iran said that you set a precedent. That was the the foreign secretary of Iran. Now Iran is likely to target desalination plants in Israel, or it could be Hezbollah, by the way. We don't know, but there would be different calculations because that might also change slightly the equation in Lebanon. Israel might target the infrastructure in Lebanon, so it could actually be Iran. So that means that we have energy infrastructure now in the scene. Energy infrastructure and everything to do with the energy of Israel is going to be targeted. A recent video was published recording Hezbollah's missiles landing on Haifa and surrounding Haifa. Have a look at this video.
יאללה, חבר'ה הלך. יאללה, נסיעה טובה. נפלט זה שהגעת. אבא, אני לפחות עד גיל 40 חי, הנה אני אומר לך את זה מראש. אחרי גיל 40 זה לא יודע מה, זה... כאילו. תכף אתה תראה את זה. יאללה, חבר'ה הלך. יאללה, נסיעה טובה.
So that was at least 4-5 landings coming from Hezbollah's missile barrage against Israel in the northern occupied territories. In one of their biggest attacks so far, Hezbollah today, not ever, but in this recent escalation, we're talking about 100 missiles and drones. So that is the biggest number that Hezbollah launched since their entry into the battle. Again, you know, there's been a ceasefire for 1.5 years, a so-called ceasefire that Israel has been breaching all the time. And now they are targeting Israel with larger and larger numbers of missiles. So if that's the pattern that they're going to choose, that means that they are planning to escalate even further. And if Hezbollah escalate even further, that means the level of destruction is going to be very heavy. I mean, Israel is admitting now that there are heavy attacks coming from Lebanon, heavy missile barrages coming from Lebanon against us. And they know that they don't have the capacity to intercept everything. So these were the recent, most relevant updates so far of the second night, and we are likely, by the way, to see some more things happening. So it's going to be a very intense night. So what we'll do is, guys, I will leave you with a compilation of the recent attacks that and then we will continue the coverage following this. So stay tuned. I will be with you shortly, everyone.
Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue.
in, everyone. I'll open the space up for some community participation from the chat for anyone if you have any questions as we cover the 8th night of the True Promise 4. If anyone has any questions, if you wouldn't mind highlighting them, just so we can reach them very quickly. And thank you so much for everyone who sent supers as well. Joseph, you said also, is there any chance Lebanon purging itself to compromise Israeli Epstein puppets in their government? They're already there, the puppets in the Lebanese government. It's not like they're not there. They are there. Blue Badger. But of course, the Lebanese resistance is a strong resistance at the end of the day. They have the capacity, and they showed a lot of responsibility too. Mind you, the only thing that people in the region want, on top of the Palestinian people, is to basically get this injustice over and done with once and for all. The Palestinian people want their rights, their inalienable rights that they deserve, their historical rights. Other countries don't want to be attacked. They don't want to be killed. They don't want to be subjugated to Jewish supremacy, not just from the river to the sea, but from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's what they want. So tomorrow they'll tell you we want Jewish supremacy from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's what they want, not just from the river to the sea. Zobo Custom Mahmoud, I've heard a couple of sources that Nevatim airbase was targeted. Do you have any info on this? I haven't had any, or I haven't seen any direct landings this time on Nevatim myself, but there were attacks in that area, so it could be one of few things. And you need to remember that very well. Last year in June, Nevatim was hit really heavily. And during that attack, and in the previous attacks, I believe it was attack 2, it was recorded intensively. Nevatim, all of the landings on Nevatim were recorded. So I would assume that people were arrested or interrogated or threatened not to record again from that area. Likewise with the landing, and we'll keep, of course, monitoring everything, because despite censorship, some videos do come out from Israel on the Haifa oil and refinery locations, and that is due to the censorship, but still some videos might come out. So there is likelihood that it was hit. There is no doubt that all of the bases, I believe, all of the strategic bases were targeted this time. Not only from Lebanon, not only from Iran, but from Lebanon too. Lebanon is doing tremendous attacks, the Lebanese resistance. Mahmoud, can you explain the situation, the stance of the Lebanese military, and what coordination they have with Hezbollah? That's a very interesting question, because last time Rudolf Heikel, the head of the Lebanese army, during a brief with the Lebanese government, he told the officials in the government that the first scenario is to participate with Hezbollah and repel any aggression that comes from Israel, any invasion in the Lebanese territory. So the first scenario, he put in several scenarios for the Lebanese government. He said the first scenario is we participate in Hezbollah if Israel invades Lebanon. Nawaf Salam, who is the prime minister, he immediately said that no, that would be suicide, and he ruled it out. And of course they have to be listening to the political class. But that shows that there's a level of difference between the army as an institution and the government and the political side. There was always an equation in Lebanon that the army is there and Hezbollah is there. Why? Because the army doesn't have the capacity. It's subject to political considerations and international dealings. And because that's the case, and they will never be armed so long as they have that relationship with the United States and potentially later on Israel if they would do something like that. because they would have that relationship and international pressure, and the fact that many of them have surrendered everything to the American embassy staff, really, alongside France and other international actors and players. Hezbollah remained there, and they would attack Israel because they're a resistance, and it's a legitimate resistance because there are reasons for that resistance. See, many people talk about disarming and disarming. It's like talk about the concrete deal here, the root cause of the problem, which is the Zionist virus and occupation that's been there since 1948. So, because the government made that decision, they prevented the army in participating with Hezbollah. But they wanted the army to do something else. They wanted the army to stop Hezbollah. See, that's the interesting part. And that's what the army isn't doing. Because they know, and that's something that the commander of the Lebanese army warned from, internal problems, as in internal war, basically, civil war. And he did not want that. Therefore, he said that it's going to create a lot of problems. But again, you have people in the government who are employees by the United States and by international bodies. And some of them want to have a deal with Israel. Sailing mayhem forward in the Red Sea, what does that mean? Will it pass or new reef? Well, USS Gerald R. Ford is the most advanced, newest, I believe, U.S. aircraft carrier, nuclear powered, and they are on the way now to the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea area from the Red Sea area. And the United States is also deploying George H.W. Bush now from the United States to the region in a clear escalation, which means that the United States isn't eyeing de-escalation, they're eyeing escalation, which again indicates that they have no interest in what any of the Arab states are coming, and they didn't even consider the statement that came from the Iranian president today, by the way. And that just proves how much Iran is a non-hostile, peace-seeking country. So they want to push it further. Today, the attacks on the desalination plants and the attacks on the energy sector from the American and Israeli terror forces against Iran only proves that they're now trying to target infrastructure, strategic infrastructure, which would lead to more severe retaliation coming from Iran. And that is very dangerous because Israel is going to be hit really hard because of that. And thank you so much for that. Do you think if Turkey gets hit, Natasha Zorkovsky, do you think if Turkey gets hit, then it gets NATO involved? I think the first thing that the Turkish government should do is clarify to us and everyone whether they did or did not sell Mk-80 bombs to Israel. I think that's what they should do. You know, this recent report, I posted it earlier on. Yeah, it was from one Israeli news agency, but it's very alarming. That was the report. US sells 27,000 bombs made by Turkish-owned firm. This Trump administration bypasses Congress. 660 million US arms deal will supply Israel with more than 20,000 Mk-80 bombs produced at a Texas plant owned by a Turkish defense company, an unusual detail revealed in State Department documents as the Trump administration again sidesteps Congress. This was the only report that I read, by the way, okay? So again, I'm not entirely sure about how genuine it is, but if that is true, then that is disastrous, by the way. That means that there's Palestinian blood on some Turkish hands, by the way. And someone in Turkey needs to come out and explain to the whole world whether that's true or not. Because we know that there were back routes, by the way. Turkish people were protesting against these back routes. And now they need to explain whether they are or aren't supporting Israel with bombs that kill Palestinian children. It's very, very alarming. So I think, and the statements that are coming from the Turkish foreign minister, very, very disappointing statements, clearly siding with the narrative that, oh, Iran is actually targeting, you know, some of these areas. Who are you playing at exactly? We know very well who's the aggressor and which side are you on? Which side are you on exactly? Are you supporting the United States or what? What is your position? Are you against Israel when your president calls Netanyahu Hitler or what? And they intercepted, the NATO helped them intercept a missile in Incirlik, another alarming thing, which indicates that the United States started to use Incirlik for attacks against Iran. So I think they should clarify their position further instead of having just these statements, oh, we support this and support that. Just clarify your position. I'm waiting for a Turkish official from the government, to be honest with you, to respond to that article, a very alarming article, because there's a difference. Like, it's shameful enough if they were still allowing oil and what have you in some companies to deal in back routes, and stating that they're not, by the way. But to arm, it's a very big problem. But NATO, listen, NATO, what's NATO? NATO is an American proxy at the end of the day. What are they going to do with Iran? And none of the European countries are interested in participating in this, including traditional allies of the United States, like Britain and Germany. Yes, they are helping, so they have blood on their hands, but they're not actively participating in. They haven't participated in it so far, and thank you for that. That was from Natasha Zorkovsky. Sorry. Let's have a look. Thank you again, everyone, for your statements. Mahmoud, that was from Mustafa. I heard an attack on RAF base in Cyprus targeted the US U-2 spy plane in the hangar. Probably, because if the UK is there, that means the United States is almost undeniably there too. That's usually how it works. So I wouldn't be surprised that that was the case. And again, it could be something to do with British support, to be honest with you. It could be something to do with British support for them, and Britain has been providing logistical support for Israel constantly. So it wouldn't be surprising whatsoever. And thank you for that. Let's go to your next question. Kish, Mahmoud, do you worry that Donald Trumpstein's last threat to Iran is trying to pave the way for Israel to use nukes? Listen, they will understand undeniably that their escalations on the energy sector in Iran and core infrastructure in the country is going to cost them heavily. The United States already lost all of its bases, or the majority of them. They're hardly functional, hence why they're deploying the second aircraft carrier, Jaldar Ford, from the Red Sea to the Arabian Sea. That's why they're moving USS Abraham Lincoln slightly closer to Iran, which is a dangerous thing that puts everyone's lives at risk on that aircraft carrier, and its strike group too. And that's why they're sending George H.W. Bush now. And all of that proves that the decision isn't in Trump's hands, it's in Netanyahu's hands. Donald Trump does not make decisions here. Donald Trump is a blackmailed president who is the head of an Epstein regime, trying to deflect now by having Clinton. Okay, we know Clinton was in the Epstein files, so were you hypocrite. So had the United States were they in a situation where they didn't have a blackmailed president, and he was actually going through the relevant processes, due diligence, abiding by the law, by the Constitution, then the Americans wouldn't have been in the situation where they're being dragged into war that they don't want, by the way, that's not theirs, and dying for the sake of a genocidal country that views them as nothing but a bunch of goyim who are under them. They're going to die for a Jewish supremacist entity. That's what they're doing. And Trump is on Netanyahu's leash at the end of the day. Trump is Netanyahu's little puppet. That's what's happening. And listen, that's making Americans furious. And that's something that concerns the whole world, because we're talking about a country that can do it with everyone. They're killing people in America, aren't they? So don't tell me it's about the Iranians and other people. No, 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 no. Donald Trump kills Americans, and he defends it by calling them domestic terrorists because they reject and resist the IDF American version, ICE. They're registered with Israel, right? You go on some of their accounts, they're registered in Tel Aviv, some of them. They get training from the genocidal maniacs. Ariane Amazir, is Iran operating the 1,000-cut surgery? I think Iran is a surgeon now, and that surgeon is removing the cancerous tumor and all of the remaining cells from the Middle East. And I think that operation has a very good chance of being successful, which is very, very important, by the way. And all of the talks that are coming from so many other countries to do with an Iranian aggression, with an Iranian whatever it is, you're talking about total deflection. You're talking about one total deflection, because at the end of the day, they are targeting the American bases. And there was actually a recent statement that came from a senior figure in the Iranian army to do with that, who said that we don't actually consider these territories to be territories that are regional. We consider these American territories, the territories that they're attacking. And Ali Larijani also came up with very interesting statements recently. Said that when the enemy attacks us from bases in the region, that's for the people who deflect, we respond, and we will continue to respond. This is our right and a standing policy. Regional countries must either prevent the US from using their territory against Iran, or we will have no choice but to do it ourselves. And the IRGC said that the security of the region concerns us, and we no longer consider the US bases part of the territories of the neighboring countries. These are clear indications that they will be continuing the attacks against American bases in the region. Grand Nation said the despotic duo can't use tactical nukes unless they want open season. Western Ukraine will radiate all of Europe. You're right about that. I mean, there are a lot of considerations of the nuclear option. Firstly, the radiation. Secondly, do you want the territory or not? Because even with tactical and non-strategic nukes, you're risking lack of option to do anything really with all of these territories. And Iran is the third biggest oil reserve country in the world, over 210 barrels of oil, and Trump clearly wants that. So, but I wouldn't put it past them, because they are genocidal maniacs, my friend. They are insane people. So imagine the worst horror movie you've seen about a serial killer. Who might you think of, for example? Any serial killer you might think of, any horror movie. Jason or whatever it is. These people are like a million times worse than them, because they do it at a mass scale. Natalie, thank you so much. Thank you for saying that people, some don't know how bad Trump treats and kills his own Americans. There are many concentration camps as well in the USA. Absolutely. And that is not a president who cares about the American people. That is not a president who cares about anyone but himself. You're talking about a psychopathic narcissist led by a bigger psychopathic narcissist. So we have a very big problem. And that concerns the whole world. That's not just concerning Iran or Palestine. That's concerning the whole world. But in these countries, the the Olive Roots podcast, brother, how are you? Josie. Mahmoud, are you a bunker hiding from Hamas? The only person hiding from Hamas is Bibi Netanyahu. I told you Josie is one anti-Semitic individual. He constantly spreads propaganda against Israel. And guys, make sure to follow Josie, by the way. We need to have another duo, my friend, because it's been hectic lately. It's been very hectic. In a bunker. Who should we copy next time? Lindsey Graham or Trump? Or Netanyahu? The Ayatollah regime. The Terminator Egypt could enter Israel from the south, but unfortunately has no backbone. No, unfortunately, the leadership has no backbone. What do you think? I agree with you. If they had a backbone, they would have at least lifted the siege of the people of Gaza. We're not talking about a military operation, we're talking about a humanitarian operation. And they failed to do that, so, you know. But they are on high alert, undoubtedly. I mean, the Egyptian army's main focus on training against Israel at the end of the day. Mind you, they haven't been attacked by Iran. Did anyone ask why, by the way? Because there was no American operation from Egypt, which shows at least that Egypt isn't a hub for attacks against Iran, unlike some of the other Arab countries, right? That's very important. Where are the Houthis? Very interesting question. The Houthis are waiting. I mean, everything is perfectly fine. The aircraft carriers are running away. Everyone is petrified and intimidated. What else is there? You know what I mean? And they're also using this as leverage. We're still 7-8 days in. They don't need to prove themselves to anyone and how genuine they are. They have been constantly in open front, coming out of a war of aggression, by the way, again supported as usual by Western establishments. They might go in at some point. But again, they're clearly using that in full coordination, first and foremost with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And they will enter when the time is necessary. Gulliburg Kipat Barzel Day Antishemet Achshav, which means that the Iron Dome is quite anti-Semitic now. Absolutely. It's looking like all of Israeli defense systems are anti-Semitic because they're failing to intercept the missiles that are coming from Lebanon and from Iran. Jimmy, US would send USS Bill Clinton, but he has a problem firing the gun behind the dress. No, they sent USS George H.W. Bush. It's no less appalling than the Bill Clinton one, you know, if he will have one in the future. George H.W. Bush participated in that satanic ritual. Do you remember? In the Epstein files. Satanic ritual that included child sacrifice. Do you remember this? Anonymous victim accuses George H.W. Bush of sexual assault. Epstein investigation. Thanks. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. And they were talking about child sacrifice. That's who they named their aircraft carriers after. Child rapists who participate in satanic rituals. The syndicate, thank you so much. Said, to your knowledge, does Ansarullah have underground missile cities comparable to Iran, and what type of missiles drones they feel? Well, they enjoy similar geography, mountainous areas, and they're able to hide very efficiently. They have heavy missiles of their own, but Iranian supported technology. There were reports also that Russia sent them monitoring support, so GPS and what have you. They're not at the same level of Iran, of course. No one is the same level as Iran. Iran is unique. Iran has probably the biggest arsenal of strategic missiles in the world, and drones. I mean, of course, you have China and what have you, but because that's their strategic weapon. So they're very, very efficient at that. And when they enter also, if they do, it's going to be much more problematic as well. Again, but the situation is in the favor of Iran now. The United States is losing. I mean, Israel and the United States are losing. They wanted to end this in a couple of days. Didn't Trump say, yes, it's going to last a couple of days, and then maybe 4 days, maybe a week, then maybe 4 weeks, then maybe 6, then maybe a couple of months? That's what they said. They thought that we're going to get the head, and everyone is going to go into this mode, and we're going to get it out of the way. Natalie, thank you. You said Trump is a maniac as well. He said that he's going to take out all of Iran, and today will be the day of annihilation. What is the chance sleeper cells are activated in the USA? Mar-a-Lago is in Florida. Sleeper cells, if you relate that to Iran, I don't think it's going to be it's anything significant. I think anything to do with talks about Iran operating in American territory is only a propagandist way from them to try and portray Iran as a risk. Like Iran tried to assassinate Trump. All of that is deflection. At the end of the day, from Donald Trump's internal problems, Donald Trump is killing Americans. Him and his Epstein regime are killing American people, not Iran. Trump is killing people all across the world, not Iran. Trump is the man who is going to kidnap other legitimate presidents and heads of state in other countries, not Iran. And now he's threatening Cuba already. And it's as if it's normal talk. And where are his enlightened European allies who constantly preach to us about their values and democracy and human rights? Their lips are sealed, no word, because it's Donald Trump. And because they are proxies of the United States with no independence whatsoever. A couple of leaders here and there will probably say a few things, but the major European powers are on his side completely. If not opposing him, just justifying what he's doing. Freedom Fighters 101, I'm just trying to understand the endgame. Will Iran flatten Israel to the point where Israelis will abandon the state, causing Israel to cease as a state? Like, how do you see this ending for Israel? There are multiple ways for this to end to Israel. First and foremost, Israel is ending inevitably. An apartheid entity based on Jewish supremacy that doesn't view other human beings as equal isn't a valid entity. But they have been normalized by the same Western enterprise and establishment that planted it there as the last neo-colonialist hub that constantly butchers children, and they will give it every excuse that they want. Victimhood, weaponization of anti-Semitism, and all of these things, of course, the typical broken records that they use to defend Israel and let it get away with murder and slaughter and genocide and infanticide and far worse than medieval barbarism. With Iran, it could end multiple ways. First and foremost, Iran doesn't view this battle as with Israel as a battle that will be won in a KO necessarily. They view this as a battle that will be won in points. So we need to understand that very well. And that is being translated, of course, by the acts of Iran. We can clearly see how Iran is behaving, how Iran is conducting these operations. So that's why there was a war, there was a de-escalation, there was this, there was that. But now that they are actually going full throttle, they're telling the people that we've prepared for this day for a very long time. So it could end with a ceasefire. Listen, all wars will come to an end eventually. Ceasefire or political agreement when one of the sides realizes that there's really no more to do. You know, we have exhausted all of our options and capabilities, and now we need to try something else. That's the first option. The second option is that it goes more than that. It goes further than that, goes beyond that, and we reach a stage, literally a point of no return, where the Israeli side and the American side would say that that's it, we're going to have to go all out against Iran, we're not going to stop no matter what the sacrifices are, no matter what anything is. So that's a possibility there. Whether it finishes the first way or the second way, Israel is doomed at the end of the day. They've lost every ounce of legitimacy globally. They are a pariah state. They commit the worst crimes anyone can imagine, and they do it constantly. So whether it's now or tomorrow, whether it's in a few months or a few years, they're doomed anyway. Any sort of relevance for them, any sort of legitimization, that will fade away, like other legitimizations for brutal regimes faded away. Let's not forget that the same people who speak about Hitler were allied with him. Let's not forget that the apartheid in South Africa was supported by many Western countries up until the last second. Let's not forget these things. And then they will just start and try and corrupt history again and sabotage and say, yeah, we were always on the side of, you know, the poor people in that area. Judging by what Iran is doing, it could actually go pretty far, by the way, because they have the capacity for a very, very, very long-term battle. And one of you asked, can we see a free Palestine from this? Okay. Let me share this with you. This was Brigadier General Naqdi from the IRGC, according to a translation that I saw online, so bear that in mind. Have a look at his video.
این عملیات باید آزادی فلسطین یا پیدا کنه. ما باید برای اون آماده باشیم. باید سلاح و تجهیزات حساب. این عملیات باید آزادی فلسطین ادامه پیدا کنه. ما باید برای اون آماده باشیم. باید سلاح و تجهیزات سازوبری رو که مهیا کرده باشیم برای این باشه که بتونه این قضیه رقم بزنه. باید پاکسازی بشه.
یعنی انقدر دروازه موشکی و پهپادی قدرت داریم که ما میتونیم نه فقط حق مردم ایران.
شما نگران نباشید. ما باید وحدت ایجاد کنیم. ما باید وحدت ایجاد کنیم. اصل قضیه اینه. ایمان و وحدت که سر جاش باشه، شما اصلا هم سلاح نخرید. تا دلتون بخواد سلاح آماده شده و امکانات آماده شده و همین الان داره آماده میشه. یعنی خاطر اون خطاهای قبلی که ما کردن یه نقطه ضعف ما داشتیم توی تولیدها که مثلا حالا متوقف بود تولید در زمان جنگ و اینا، یا برطرف شد. و الحمدلله مرتب
ما در روزهای آینده موشک‌هایی می‌بینیم که دشمن فکرش نمی‌کنه.
موشک‌هایی حتی ببینید که مثلا ساخته این هفته. این مسئله جریان داره. ما قدرت نظامی که ما داریم برآورد داشتیم. ما می‌دونستیم که یه روزی بالاخره با این‌های درگیری محکمی خواهیم داشت، چون بنامون بر تسلیم نبوده و اونها هم بناشون بر پذیرش حق نبوده و همیشه می‌خواستن قلدری کنن و سلطه‌جویی کنن. و می‌دونستیم بالاخره به یه نقطه‌ای می‌رسیم که درگیری خواهیم داشت. خودمون برای این مهیا کردیم. دوباره جنگیدن با
So that was the statement from him. We need to be ready for the liberation of Palestine, which is an achievable thing, very, easy. It's not a complicated thing at the end of the day. They are cutting all of the capabilities of the United States and expelling them from the region. And they're able to do that. It's not mission impossible. Now, there was a recent statement coming from the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, who said some interesting things. Okay, let's go through them. All right. So Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, saying Saudi Arabia gave us a commitment. Very interesting development. We will teach the aggressor a hard lesson. That could be correlated with the statement that came from Masoud Pezeshkian, because as I told you before in the day live stream, that there were, and we spoke about that yesterday too, there were repeated communications between Saudi Arabia and Iran and other countries too, primarily Saudi Arabia. But listen to what Araghchi had to say and how that could have led to the statement of Masoud Pezeshkian earlier on, and why so far, following that statement, there was still nothing on Saudi Arabian territories or bases in there. Listen, according to Tasneem, a news agency, said Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, said in an interview with the Arab Independent, my Saudi counterpart and I are in constant talks. They are in constant contact, and the Saudi officials have assured us that they are fully committed to not allowing their land, waters, or airspace to be used against Iran. That's very, very important, by the way, because that indicates that there are some Arab countries that are doing this, whilst other Arab countries are not. He added, our contacts are continuing, and we hope that the Saudi brothers will also adhere to the Beijing Agreement. The Beijing Agreement in reference to the agreement that was brokered by China and mediated by Oman in 2023 before all of this began. Araghchi emphasized that the responsibility for the escalation of tensions lies with Washington and Tel Aviv. The aggression of the United States and Israel has put the entire region at risk. Iran does not see its neighbors as enemies. He noted, we are friends of our neighbors. The presence of American bases in the region has only brought insecurity. This war was forced on the region, but we will teach the aggressor a hard lesson. This is a very strong and actually very important statement coming from Araghchi, because it indicates that they spoke with the Saudis already. Like the report said, there was a back and forth communication with both sides to try and stop all of this. And there's a very high probability that the Saudi authorities have actually stopped the United States from attacking Iran from its bases. There's a very, very high probability. Saudi Arabia has the biggest leverage out of the Gulf states and the GCC. And a translation on the ground, evidence to that, is that today, following the statement of the president of Iran, there were assets of the United States being attacked in the Gulf, because like the president said in the IRGC, if we get attacked, we will respond. They're responding. And then later some IRGC elements said that we don't even consider these American bases regional territories. They are enemy territories, and we will need to uproot them. Saudi Arabia, according to this, now could be in a situation where they actually stopped the United States of America, which would be a very important development, perhaps because they, of course, have more leverage, they have more influence, they have very hefty investments in US firms. A lot of Saudi money is in the United States of America. It would be a good example, but it wouldn't be enough for the Arab countries unless they will have support. Like if Saudi Arabia decides to boost its support for them, to give them backing against the American administration, that would potentially be the case that they would stop to, and then it would be better for everyone, of course, because the United States, that said, it knows we can't use these territories anymore, and they won't give Iran an excuse to attack them. Another ballistic missile was launched, according to recent reports, on the occupied Deir Sabah area with failed interception, probably from Iran, in what appears to be an additional attack.
כן. لا متحسن.
כן.
لا متحسن.
כן.
لا מתפצל.
כן.
لا מתפצל.
כן.
لا מתפצל.
כן.
وما رميت إذ رميت ولكن الله لبيك يا خامنئي لبيك يا خامنئي لبيك يا خامنئي وما رميت إذ رميت ولكن لبيك يا خامنئي لبيك يا خامنئي لبيك يا خامنئي وما رميت إذ
الله اکبر. الله اکبر.
لبيك يا خامنئي.
Guys, so we have a couple of new updates here, very important updates. I'm gonna begin with you. I'm just gonna share this video again with you, and I'm gonna begin with the recent updates shortly, so stay with me. Okay, so a couple of important updates. First and foremost, the statement that just came from the Iranian leader Ali Larijani. Ali Larijani just had a very interesting statement to do with American soldiers being captured by Iran. Let's listen to this here. Ali Larijani says that American soldiers have been captured, and Washington is promoting misleading narratives about the number of its dead. This is a very important statement here coming from Larijani. Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, asserted that Washington is concealing the true number of casualties among its forces, noting that a number of American soldiers have been captured. That's the first time we heard that. There were statements before that some Americans might have been captured, but this is the first official confirmation that American soldiers have been actually captured. Added to the Iranian state broadcaster IRIB, I heard that American soldiers have been captured in a neighboring country. So Iran conducted an operation outside of its territories, according to Ali Larijani, I heard, okay, captured in a neighboring country. Who captured them? I'll get to the likelihood in a second with you, where the United States is likely to capture Americans. He added the Americans promote misleading narrative, claiming that 5 or 6 American soldiers have been killed. Then, over time, they gradually increase the number of deaths under various pretexts, such as accidental incidents or fabricated events. Now, some people in the United States said that they assume that the numbers of Americans being killed, for example, in the United States due to epidemics or whatever, are also numbers of Americans who were killed in the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, but they didn't actually want to reveal that. The Iraqi resistance revealed back in 2006 that the numbers of American casualties were over 30,000, not the 5,000 number officially claimed by the American authorities. Larajani emphasized that the American people must know the enormous financial and human costs that they occurred as a result of this decision. The Americans themselves have admitted that they suffered greater losses in the region on the 5th and 6th days of the war. Regarding the recent statements, and he might be referring to the incidents where Iran said that it targeted a gathering of US Marines in a location in one of the Arab Gulf states with a drone, and at the time there were 160 of them, 160 Marines in a targeted drone attack. So there is a likelihood that you can have dozens, if not hundreds, of killed. He continued talking about America's mistakes, saying that, in my opinion, the most important problem for the Americans is that they do not know the West Asia region, especially Iran, correctly. They imagine that the same patterns that they witnessed in some countries such as Venezuela can be repeated in Iran, while the thinking and circumstances here are completely different. Referring to the positions of American officials and their allies, he said, quote, in recent days, Trump and his entourage, as well as the Zionists and some regional actors, have made their main ideas and objectives clear in their speeches. Their main objectives, in fact, has been to dismantle Iran, end quote. Larijani added their arm was not merely to bring about a minor change in Iran, but Israel sees this such a thing as completely meaningless with regard to a country the size of Iran. Their goal was to dismantle Iran, and their main issue is Iran itself. Now, listen, this statement is coming from Ali Larijani, but this was clarified by Donald Trump. He's asking for unconditional surrender, and he just confirmed to United States media that he doesn't mind if there is a religious establishment inside of Iran, which really indicates that they have no problem, and this whole Ayatollah thing is just to appease some radical elements within the United States and try and push for more support for this war of aggression against Iran. So that's actually just coming from, well, Trump himself. As a matter of fact, Lindsey Graham said that they don't mind if they have a religious figure in Iran, and Trump in his statement said that so long as he is kind to the United States and Israel. Actually, that's what was mentioned here. Listen to this.
Would you be okay with a religious leader in Iran? And he said the answer is yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic leader in Iran. It just has to be somebody who treats the U.S. and Israel fairly. Would you be okay?
He just needs a person who treats the U.S. and Israel fairly. Now, we know what that means. That means being subjugated to Israel and the United States, and ultimately, well, Israel, because Israel is now owning the American president with the Epstein files. Ali Larijani continued, from the beginning, they launched a massive attack, which culminated in the martyrdom of Imam Khamenei and a number of his commanders and sons in the armed forces. It is natural under these circumstances for deep sorrow to prevail in the country, and at the same time, an epic spirit. These statements come after the Pentagon announced earlier that 6 American soldiers have been killed and 18 others wounded since the war started on Feb the 28th, amid continued exchanges of missiles and drone strikes between Iran and the US-Israeli alliance. Well, it's not an alliance, really. It's Israel that is controlling the United States of America. That has been very clear, even to the blind lately, because Netanyahu's literally running the show now. So, a person or several of them might be imprisoned. So if Larijani said that some of them might have been imprisoned, then you may ask, well, in which country? Because American soldiers have been captured, and he said in a regional country, right, according to his statement, a neighboring country. Which country is it? The big chances, in my opinion, that it would be Iraq, simply because Iran has strong presence of allies in Iraq, likewise with the United States, contrary to some of the other Arab Gulf countries where Iran might have sleeper cells, but listen, logistically executing something such as that requires being able to hold the individual. You need to keep them somewhere safe. You need logistical support. You need protection. You need a lot of things, and they have that infrastructure in Iraq. Iran supports many Iraqi resistance movements. As a matter of fact, the American officials said that Iran provided most of the side bombs for the Sadr movement in Iraq when the United States invaded al-Basra, and there were resistance actions over there alongside other supports. So they have missiles, they have drones, and they've been attacking American bases simultaneously with Iran. As a matter of fact, there was a video being posted today of an attack of what's called the Brigades of Imam Ali that belongs to the Hashd al-Sha'bi, it's called, the Popular Mobilization Forces, in an attack that targeted their hub in the Mosul area. This was the attack that was released by the Iraqi resistance movements. So if that happened in Iraq, then the likelihood of any sort of American soldiers being imprisoned or being taken by an ally of Iran would be Iraq, by the way, because the attacks are intensifying. Now the United States is conducting strikes. When Iraq was participating as a supporting front, by the way, before they paused with Gaza, Israel actually killed, Israel or the United States at the time actually killed one of their senior figures, which indicated that they have a lot of problems there. So the likelihood is that this was something that actually happened in Iraq, if it did happen. And there is a prospect of that happening at the end of the day, because Iraq is the most strategic place where Iran can conduct operations outside of Iran. Now, there are, of course, as we talk, sirens blazing in Jordan, more attacks in Israel in the southern part of occupied Palestine. And I'm really liking the Iranian statements. Now, an Iranian official, he was specifically the parliament speaker, Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf. He said that Iran's fate will not be decided by Epstein's gang. The Iranians know the score very well. It's not Donald Trump. It's not the United States as well. It's the Epstein gang. So what did he say? The fate of dear Iran, which is more precious than life, will be determined solely by the proud Iranian nation, not by Jeffrey Epstein's gang. His comments came after Trump suggested he wanted the involvement in appointing a successor to Iran's supreme leader. Ali Khamenei, who was killed earlier this war. So I'm going to kill your leader, but I'm going to choose the next one. How logical is that? I'll come to your country, I'll kill your leader, I'll kill your school children, I'll bomb the living daylight out of you, and can you please allow me to choose your next leader? Why is Trump saying that, by the way? If you notice, most of the American and Israeli statements are part of a psychological warfare intended to intensify any of their so-called accomplishments, which is basically targeting innocent people. Yes, they do kill some figures, but at the end of the day, this is a genocidal, barbaric campaign that they're conducting in Iran. And he thinks that he has the audacity to say that. So because it's part of the psychological warfare, sometimes there are also things to read between the lines. So if Trump is saying he wants an option to dictate, to choose the next Iranian leader, really? That means that you have no say, and you have no option whatsoever in dictating who the next leader of Iran. Contrary to what they're kind of portraying things to be. Now, of course, if you're joining us right now, we've been covering, of course, all of the recent developments, and some of the things that have been mentioned by the IRGC are as follows. The Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps targeted the following: 7 advanced radars that formed the region's security umbrella have been completely destroyed. Among the destroyed radars is the strategic Desert Eye. Desert Eye. Let me show you some of these, some of the damage. This is some of the damage. Desert Eye radar at the US Al Udeid base, valued at $1 billion. Among the destroyed radars is the THAAD system radar TPY located at Al Mafraq base, valued at $500 million, and the advanced TPY radar at Al Rus complex, valued at $800 million. With the destruction of these main radars and THAAD systems, a large part of the US surveillance network, countermeasures, and air defense in the region has been disrupted. The destruction of the main radars and THAAD systems has effectively led to the collapse of the enemy's security umbrella, which took years to build. That's according to a recent statement from the IRGC. This is, of course, also a satellite image of the destruction in that base. And, well, we're having, confirmations from the United States itself about the level of destruction that's taking place in these bases. That was all coming simultaneously with the 26th wave of Operation True Promise 4. It was executed in a composite operation using drones and missiles, according to Iran, on targets from north and to south of the occupied territories. Mind you, Iran is still launching missiles from West Iran. What does that mean? Well, that means that they still don't need to use their ultra-high range missiles. That means they have the capacity to. That means all of the American-Israeli claims about taking down these systems is a bunch of BS and garbage and propaganda. Iran is still using 1,500 kilometer range missiles, 1,400 kilometers, sometimes even less, which indicates the relevance between that distance and Israel, of course, and the attacks on the US bases, which are 300 to 500 kilometers in many cases, sometimes a little bit longer if we're talking about Saudi Arabia. Then again, now the foreign minister of Iran said we stopped attacking Saudi Arabia. Clearly they had an agreement there. That means that Saudi Arabia managed to stop America from attacking. Wave 26 was precise and executed with Khaybar, Imad and Qadir missiles equipped with cluster warheads. After the destruction of the enemy radar systems in previous waves, target destruction has become much easier by the grace of God, and all designated targets were successfully struck. We targeted the American Jufair base, from which the aggression was launched against the water desalination plant in Qeshm using solid fuel precision missiles. Solid fuel and liquid fuel, for those of you who are interested in this military terminology, solid fuel missiles are launched much faster than liquid fuel, and they require less preparation. They're already ready. With liquid fuel, you need to kind of fill them up because you can't leave fuel over there for a long time. So the fact that they're using solid fuel means that Iran is also able to conduct the attacks very efficiently and very quickly. And again, you know, the United States, what do they do after that initiative that came from the Iranian president to the neighboring countries? They went and used 3 of the neighboring countries to conduct attacks against Iran, which led to Iran targeting multiple assets of the United States in Bahrain, Qatar, and in the UAE. Water desalination, again, they're taking it to the next level. Strategic locations, water, you know. And the Iranian foreign minister said, you set that precedent. The United States set that precedent. And we were talking before about how Iran, remember, they actually operate efficiently. They work on legal aspects. They have coordination between all of their departments to do with the operation. The legalities are there. From the political perspective, it's still open for diplomatic talks, and from the army as well, and they're all in harmony together. Even the statements, because propaganda now, mainstream media, some even in the Arab world, are saying that, oh, now that the Pezeshkian said that to the neighboring countries, it shows a clear disagreement between him and the IRGC, and the IRGC are more powerful. Garbage. His statement did not contradict the IRGC, and the armed forces of Iran actually repeated what he said, which was, we took the initiative of the political leadership, the leadership council, the interim leadership council, and we will attack if an attack comes against us, which is what the president said. And hey presto, the United States sabotages it again for the sake of who? For the sake of Israel. They carry out attacks from these countries against Iran, apart from Saudi Arabia. That's a very interesting development. Again, probably because of their geopolitical influence, their influence in the United States too, money, what have you. They are the biggest country from amongst the Arab Gulf states. Several Zionist military centers in Tel Aviv and Haifa, at the heart of the occupied territories, were targeted using drones during Wave 26. Drone attacks against the American Zionist enemy will continue relentlessly. And they also targeted an asset in Al Sulaimaniya area in Iraq, in what was clearly a drone. If you have a look at the following video over here. That's just coming out now, by the way, following the declaration of the 26th wave and the additional strikes that are coming from Iran. Let's continue. Okay, so the spokesperson for the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps said that we carried out 600 missile operations and 2,600 drone operations against enemy sites, and the strikes were extremely successful. We targeted more than 200 points in US bases and facilities, as well as targets belonging to the Zionist entity. The volume of Iranian fire during the first 3 days of the Ramadan offensive equals the volume of fire of the offenses that lasted 12 days. So Iran, in effect, has made an offensive the equivalent of 12 days in just 3 days. 60% of our attacks targeted US interests in the region, and 40% against the Zionist entity. That actually surprised me, to be fair, because I thought the percentage would be slightly higher to American assets in the region, but Iran is confirming that 60% of the attacks so far are against the American assets, whilst 40% against the Zionist entity. There was a chance that that would change after the initiative of the Iranian president Masoud Pezeshkian. However, clearly we're talking about a situation here where the United States is still insisting on actually continuing the attacks coming from Arab countries. The IRGC also mentioned today, and of course we're covering everything as and when, because there are a lot of developments, by the way. And like I said, for anyone new to the channel, I usually have live streams, either long or short, with clips too, but when there are ongoing events, we'll usually on a long live stream to cover everything, because listen, some people like to generalize and simplify matters. Really and truly, you would need to know the details. You would need to know what happens on a day-to-day basis. You know, one person will have a theory and tell you, oh, this is a campaign because Iran is, you know, it's for oil, it's for economic purposes. Other people have a theory that it's intended to, or the whole purpose is to lead to World War III. There, of course, might be accuracies here and there, but to get the real picture, you would need to invest some time in understanding what happens on the ground. That's why with the live streams, I have them a bit long, and then I'll clip, of course, some of them, because I know some people like to kind of watch shorter clips, and I do that where possible for you. But the idea is to, of course, give you the all-round update and information on the ground. The IRGC also stated that the Iranian armed forces succeeded in paralyzing, like we said, the defensive and intelligence infrastructure of the Zionists. You remember that statement that we said before? They confirmed that again with a recent report that it's all, well, 7 of them at least, have been completely destroyed. Hence why the United States is sending its 3rd nuclear aircraft carrier to the region. Ali al-Rajani also made some other interesting statements. Apart from this confirmation that some Americans might have been held captured by Iran or Iran's allies in Iraq, most likely, as we said before, he said that Trump has been struck by an ease of hysteria and is now floundering since the United States has not achieved its goals. The best thing for Trump is to admit that he made a mistake and that he fell into the Israeli deception trap. The Americans have reached the end of the road despite the bombing the enemies have not attained their objectives. That comes from Ali Larijani, who is saying everything as it is, to be fair, with Donald Trump and what he's doing, and they're saying everything as it is to do with the Epstein regime as well. We have footage of the recent missile that targeted occupied Bi'r al-Saba in the southern part of occupied Palestine. One of you mentioned before, did Iran attack Nevatim? That could be an attack on Nevatim. It's close to that area. Have a look at the recent footage that was published. Thankfully, despite the censorship, there are still some videos coming out. So that was one of them. And again, Iran earlier reported that they targeted north and south of occupied Palestine. Hezbollah landed a barrage of over 100 missiles against Israel. And the Israeli air defense systems were on a rampage today trying to intercept the Lebanese missiles. Have a look at this. So that was the recent interception attempt from Israel following Hezbollah's barrage against multiple parts in the occupied territories today. Their largest attack that has been conducted since the beginning of the recent escalation, not their biggest ever. Their biggest ever was 500 approximately missiles and drones. In the final day of their previous confrontation with Israel before the so-called ceasefire took effect. And that was one of the cluster missiles that landed earlier on. Now let's talk slightly about the operations of the Lebanese resistance. The Israeli media has been saying that Hezbollah is shifting from defense to offense. Its capabilities have not been destroyed. Channel I-24 said that Hezbollah is doubling down on its rocket fire, so Israeli media is admitting, and its capabilities have not yet been destroyed. They're no longer in a defensive position, according to Israel, but it has initiated a significant attack. We saw Hezbollah firing on Israeli forces in the border area and also dozens of shots towards settlements in the north, saying that the party's capabilities have not been destroyed. So we see shots at short and long range. The Islamic resistance in Lebanon continues its operations against the Israeli occupation in response to the ongoing aggression that affects dozens of Lebanese cities, towns, and villages, as confirmed by the statements. In statements published on Saturday, the Islamic resistance confirmed that it targeted a number of strategic targets in the occupied territories, including Nahariya and Haifa, with long ranges, as it targeted the Iron Dome radars in the Kiryat Eliezer area in Haifa. By the way, when they tell you long range with the Lebanese resistance, that means you need to kind of bear in mind that they're talking about the capabilities of the Lebanese resistance, and they're taking into consideration the Lebanese resistance missiles, not Iran. And from the Lebanese resistance, well, I would say they're medium range rather than long range. These were some of their recent operations that they have been conducting against Israel. The report continued, apart from targeting the Iron Dome batteries, which indicates that they have substantial intelligence, they targeted the Haifa naval base as well with a salvo of qualitative missiles, and the Stelamar strategic monitoring base. That's a strategic monitoring base that at one point had THAADs too, but it's very important because it's on a strategic location. The Israeli media also spoke about dozens of rockets continuing to be fired at the north, reaching Haifa and beyond. As a matter of fact, they reached to south of Tel Aviv. They targeted the Tal HaShomer base and south of Tal HaShomer base. Heavy rockets as well, again from Hezbollah's side, confirming damage in Haifa and the surrounding areas. The military, of course, media of Hezbollah sent a warning to all of the settlers within 5-kilometer radius of the Lebanese borders to evacuate. And they told them that your defense minister, Israel Katz, the genocide minister, tells you that it's safe, but we're telling you, get out of here. And in effect, that's a response to the Israeli request from the Lebanese side, from the Lebanese population, to target, to remove all of the residents from the southern parts of Lebanon. And what Israel is in effect doing by that, by the way, is trying to apply pressure on the Lebanese state. They want to cause as much exodus as possible. Now, another reason that they're doing that, by the way, and another reason that they try to prevent the people, let's remember, the population of south of Lebanon started to go back after Israel was preventing them. They forced Israel to retreat. Israel, because of the public returning and all of the complex situation regarding that, started to move to different positions, because otherwise they didn't even want the residents of the south to return. They flattened many villages like they did in Gaza, and they wanted to make it an uninhabitable territory, because the residents are the lifeline. And Israel wanted to kill that lifeline. For what? For expansion. That's why simultaneously with Israel's operations, there were these fanatical religious Jewish groups in Israel trying to invade Lebanese territories and call for an occupation and settlement and starting to quote biblical phrases that south of Lebanon is promised to us. It's very important biblically. We need to be there. There's a notion amongst these maniacs that once you Judaize and settle in a location, that is the only way you keep yourself protected. Of course, ignoring the fact that once they invaded Palestine and settled there, they made that the most dangerous place for Jewish people to be in. Statistically, the highest number of casualties amongst Jews worldwide is Israel. And there's a reason for that. It's because it's an apartheid entity that has been occupying other people's lands, expelling them, treating them in an unjust manner for over 78 years, and they constantly attack and kill people and expel them from their homes and give them reasons to resist them and attack them. But the bravery of the southern Lebanese people is now showing how they're capable and how the Lebanese resistance is capable. I mean, the fact that Hezbollah was silent for a while led a lot of people to suspect. See, many people are very quick to judge. Oh, look, they're not doing anything. That means they are incapable. When really and truly, well, they can make a strategic decision. At the end of the day, they can make a strategic decision. And once they went back, the Israelis started to admit. As a matter of fact, Israeli channel 13 was saying that we were surprised by the capabilities of Hezbollah and the fact that they are able to conduct such attacks. And now they're, of course, confirming all of that. No one is denying that. They're admitting it, thankfully. So that's from the Lebanese front. The biggest operation since the beginning. Now, we've had a bit of an additional clarification because the statements that are coming from the political side are just as important as anything that happens from a military perspective in any act of war. This is a war of aggression, technically, by international law definition. This is a war of aggression. This is an unnecessary war. It's a war of choice. Basically an act of terror coming from the United States and Israel, and from an Iranian perspective, it's a war to defend itself. And the Iranians are very accurate in the way they deal, and they're very thorough in the way they deal with things politically. I spoke to you before about the statement of the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, who said that, we had an initiative from the president to stop attacking assets in West Asia so long as they're not used to attack us. And then all of a sudden, we had these attacks came from multiple sides in Iran. Now there was a confirmation from the Iranian Foreign Ministry as well. Let's go through the statement. Said Abbas Araghchi said it's Iran's conditional readiness to de-escalate tensions was destroyed by the US president's misguided perception of our capabilities and intentions. President Dr. Pezeshkian had announced his readiness to reduce tensions in the region on the condition that the airspace, territory, and the waters of our neighbors not be used to attack the people of Iran. But this approach was almost immediately destroyed due to the Trump president's misguided perception of our capabilities, resolve, and intentions. If Mr. Trump is seeking to escalate tensions, he is pursuing exactly what our powerful armed forces have long prepared for and have been prepared for, and he will receive their response. The responsibility for any de-escalation in Iran's actions to exercise its right to self-defense will lie directly with the United States government. Mr. Trump's week-long adventure so far has cost the United States military $100 billion US dollars, not to mention the lives of young soldiers who have been lost. With the reopening of the market, this cost will rise dramatically, and in the end, the smoke will go directly into the eyes of ordinary American citizens, especially at gas pumps. And we have already seen Americans in gas pumps, including ex-Trump supporters now, removing their Trump stickers from their cars after they're seeing the increase in oil and of course fuel prices. The Trump administration's National Intelligence Council, which synthesizes assessments from the 18 US intelligence agencies, has concluded that war against Iran would end in nothing but defeat. I too had warned Mr. Trump envoys that war would not improve their bargaining position. Were these warnings conveyed to him? The American people voted to end costly conflicts in the Middle East, but instead they now face a government that Netanyahu, after decades of unsuccessful efforts, finally succeeded in tricking into fighting on Israel's behalf. This war is an elective war, a war of choice pursued by a small circle of Israel firsters, and Israel first has always meant America last. That was the statement that came from the foreign ministry of Iran following the additional attacks that came from the United States against Iran, including on a desalination plant in Iran from the territories of Arab countries. And again, the Iranian side is saying now that the bases, they're not considering the bases of the United States in Arab countries as US bases, as Arab territories. Hezbollah, in the meantime, are publishing more videos of their readiness for combat, ground invasions, and operations on the ground, following multiple confirmations from Israel that they are surprised by the level of readiness of Hezbollah. This was one of their recent videos being published about their level of readiness and to show their capabilities with everything that's happening. And now Israel is saying that 3 of its terrorists were killed in the Nabi Sheet operation, according to Channel 13, which indicates that Hezbollah hammered them pretty severely in the area. Now, mind you, some people say, this is Netanyahu's war. This is Benjamin Netanyahu's war. He's doing it on, for his own sake. He has these legal stuff, elections and whatnot, and there is a big truth to that. But let me tell you one thing. All of this aggression that is taking place from Israel against Iran is a project of the Jewish state according to the Zionist belief and agenda. And thankfully, the Israelis are clarifying that, and they're not hiding it. And one of the Israelis who clarified that very well is none other than the so-called opposition leader, in Israel, Yair Lapid, listen to what he had to say in a recent post. Israel must destroy all of Iran's oil fields and energy industry on Kharg Island. That is what will cripple Iran's economy and topple the regime. This war must end when the regime in Iran has fallen. The nuclear facilities have been destroyed. All of the ballistic missile industry has been destroyed. And Hezbollah has been destroyed in Lebanon. Destroyed, destroyed, destroyed. This is the alternative for Netanyahu. This is the rational guy in Israel. He is the humanist, right? He's the human rights guy. That's the situation. You're talking about a genocidal satanic entity from head to toe. That's what Israel is. These people are genocidal maniacs. Their only intentions are to completely destroy everything apart from them. Average Canadian, thank you for that. Said, has Azerbaijan fallen by the false flag of Israel? There were statements coming from the Azerbaijani leader saying that, you know, we reserve the right to defend ourselves and what have you. And we haven't really seen any action from that regard. Iran told him across a couple of channels, firstly from the senior figures down, that we didn't do that, and it was actually Israel. Some people are saying, no, that's Iran. Well, you have no substantial information. Plus, don't tell me that because an attack came from a certain geographical location, that's the country. Iran had internal action against it from within because of sleeper cells hubs and what have you. They could have conducted that. But they have been thwarted to a very large extent. So far, it doesn't look like it. And everyone knows it's going to get out of control. And that's, by the way, for all of the people who generalize and try and oversimplify everything to do with Azerbaijan. Although, again, Azerbaijan's president was actually in a visit in the Iranian embassy to, pay condolences following the assassination and martyrdom of the supreme leader. That was him. But some people say that it's Iran because Iran is a Shia country and what have you, and this Shia Sunni thing. Many people don't know that Azerbaijan is a Shia country. It's historically part of Persia, by the way. As a matter of fact, Iran has a province called East Azerbaijan, close to the Azerbaijani borders. But politically, they're very not aligned. Azerbaijan, although it's a Shia country, it has very strong ties with Israel. It's one of the biggest importers of Israeli tech, and they supply a lot of energy to Israel. Israel consumes a lot of Azerbaijani energy, with, of course, Turkish participation. That needs to be put in context for anyone who tries to, make things simple, with the oversimplification of things. It's not that. However, despite all of that, you'd have to be really naive to think that, the Iranians are doing all of this and Israel isn't really conducting any sort of sabotage or false flags to drag the region. Netanyahu had a statement today about a coalition or potential coalition against Iran. He's trying to bring more people on his side. And he thinks that people will fall for it. He doesn't realize that most people see through him. But I think, these leaders, they would have a level of understanding. They would have a level of understanding of what Israel's trying to do, because listen, it's a bait. It really is a bait for Iran to fall into this, for the Arab countries to fall into this trap and start to do anything against Iran. And who will that serve? And thankfully, there are many Arab leaders again and Arab officials who have been speaking against this, including in the UAE, in Qatar, and in Saudi Arabia, other Arab countries. Now, a recent statement from Hezbollah, urgent, they just targeted the Glilot base for Unit 8200, the intelligence unit 8200 in the suburbs of Tel Aviv, with a squadron of drones, of suicide drones. So Hezbollah is targeting that hub again. By the way, although Israel didn't confirm that, Hezbollah did target the head of Unit 8200 last year, and guess what? He hasn't been seen since. He has not been seen since. Ali Larijani, in a recent statement, saying that the Americans have reached the end of the road and they no longer have anything they can do. Talk of destroying our missile capabilities is nothing but wishful thinking. We affirm that the Iranian missile depots remain fully intact, and we are handling this file with wisdom and prudence. As a matter of fact, one of the senior figures in the IRGC said that some of the missiles that they can use have been just produced this week. So Iran learned to continue production during war. They've learned from previous mistakes and from previous wars, by the way. They've been preparing for this for more than 4 decades. So as we speak, they're having more missiles, and the vast majority of their missile arsenal hasn't even been touched because they are preparing for a long-term war from the American-Israeli genocide terror forces. We have more footage of some of the damage. Let's have a look at some of the videos that are just coming in now.
כל מסמך, הכל עלה בלהבות. כל מסמך, הכל עלה בלהבות. כל מסמך, הכל עלה בלהבות.
That was the recent attack from Iran. We're having some damage being published from Israel. Thankfully, despite and this was one of the cluster missiles that landed before. Again, no interception whatsoever. The only time we have seen Israeli interception systems, especially the Iron Dome, working was in the northern parts of occupied Palestine following the Hezbollah attack. Now, it was intended to deal with missiles of Hezbollah and the Palestinian resistance, but anything to do with Iranian missiles are not working properly. So this is what Netanyahu is saying. Listen to what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying.
ומדינות רבות פונות אלינו. אני מספר לכם. מדינות רבות פונות אלינו עכשיו לשיתוף פעולה. ולמה הן עושות זאת? למה הן פונות אלינו דווקא עכשיו? כי אנחנו חזקים. ומדינות רבות...
This man is losing it completely. Countries are coming for cooperation, and they're doing that because we're strong. And dude, you're a psychopathic leader of literally a pariah state, and the whole world is just waiting for the moment to get rid of your apartheid, brutal, barbaric regime. What planet is this man living on? Really? Now, let me give you some of the recent feedback about Iran's, well, the United States attack on Iran's desalination plant in the Qishm Island that is damaging, well, water. Iran desalination. So 30 villages have been affected so far. Let's see what some observers had to say about this move coming from the United States of America. They're saying confrontations are no longer limited to military bases or missile platforms. They have begun to target vital infrastructure, particularly water facilities, signaling the conflict's entry into a more dangerous phase. Add to that the fact that Israel just targeted the Iranian energy sector. You're doubling that risk now. And we were speaking about Israel's 5 desalination plants and how they can literally choke Israel. And the Iranian foreign minister said that this is, you know, a precedent that has been set by the United States of America. Reports of a strike on the water desalination plant in Iran's Qishm Island, which according to some sources led to water outages in several villages in the area. Again, that attack was conducted by the United States forces in Bahrain, which were immediately attacked, and that was after the initiative of the Iranian president and his statements before. Iranian officials considered the targeting of the facility a dangerous escalation and described the attack as the beginning of what they called a war on vital resources. And the fact that they said America is making this a precedent means that they will likely target Israel's desalination systems and hubs and facilities. The IRGC, of course, immediately targeted the American military base in Bahrain. And this escalation is coming despite previous statements from the president, as we just spoke. The United States is escalating further, and it's beginning to take its toll on the markets, not only in the stock market, but well, oil prices are rising heavily. We are still in the beginning. I mean, the world isn't in a great economic situation now. People have already been facing hardships for several years because of the adventures of Western regimes, whether it's with Russia or any other country too, completely disregarding the day-to-day hardships of the average people, you know, people who just want to make it. You know, people live one month on 1 month, and anything that raises the prices is has a huge toll on them. That's why the American supporters, well, ex-supporters of Trump now, are removing their Trump stickers from these from their vehicles. So we're talking about military, political, and economic problems, and they are due to expand to lead to vital infrastructure problems, which is raising the likelihood for everything to enter a more dangerous phase, not only in the Middle East. We're just not talking about the Middle East anymore. We're talking about something global. Something global. And guess what? Israel is dragging the United States here. And they're doing whatever they want. So that really sums it up for tonight, mostly, I believe. I mean, every minute there's something new. Every minute there's a new video. I'll have just another kind of a final round to see if there has been anything else. Yeah, it looks like these were the latest. Well, there is some damage here from Tel Aviv. Have a look at this. That's some substantial damage for you here. Following the recent attacks.
So that's not the one we thought it was.
Iran. And again, this was one of the recent developments, the strike on the oil refineries. So we'll wrap it up here, guys. I'll hopefully be with you tomorrow with another live stream or videos midday. So stay tuned on the, well, both video tab and the live stream tab. Thank you so much for everyone who participated in the chat. Anyone who sent supers, much appreciated. Thank you very much for that. In the meantime, guys, stay blessed. Take care. And I will see you soon in the next video. Peace, everyone. Salam.
Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Action.